Los 4 astronautas de la misión Artemis II regresarán a casa este viernes y llegarán al mar frente a las costas de San Diego, California. Toda la operación, eso sí, debe ser de una precisión milimétrica para que sea exitosa. Nuestro jefe de meteorología, Carlos Robles, nos dice cómo será. Carlos.
Así es, estos 4 astronautas luego de 10 días en el espacio ahora se enfrentan a su último momento crítico y peligroso de esta misión. Vamos al espacio para verlo. Cuando la cápsula Orion comienza a interactuar con la atmósfera de la Tierra, tiene que hacerlo en un ángulo de 6.5 grados. De no ocurrir, la cápsula puede rebotar y perderse en el espacio. El otro desafío es su interacción con la atmósfera. Este vehículo espacial viene a una velocidad de 20.000 millas por hora. Esto es aproximadamente 40 veces más rápido que un avión comercial. A esta velocidad, la cápsula genera tal fricción con la atmósfera que su temperatura alcanza los 5.500 grados Fahrenheit, casi la mitad de la temperatura de la superficie del Sol. En ese momento, el escudo térmico será puesto a prueba. Por último, tras este crítico recorrido a unos 25.000 pies de altura, la cápsula desplegará una serie de paracaídas que la desaceleran para amerizar de forma segura en las aguas del Océano Pacífico. Y así debería concluir un recorrido de 10 días que ha hecho historia, ¿verdad? Y es solo el inicio del regreso del hombre a la Luna.
Este viernes será entonces la primera vez desde el Apolo 17 en 1972 en que la NASA y el Departamento de Defensa se unen para el reingreso de una tripulación lunar. Rogelio Moratagle nos dice ahora cómo han sido estas últimas 24 horas de los astronautas en el espacio.
Todo está listo para el regreso a casa y uno de los momentos críticos de la misión, el reingreso a la atmósfera de la Tierra. En 1 hora y media todo tiene que salir bien, dice la NASA. El astronauta José Hernández estuvo 14 días en el espacio, en una misión del transbordador espacial Discovery.
¿Recuerdas claramente ese momento cuando, por ejemplo, el transbordador en el que tú ibas reingresó a la atmósfera de la Tierra?
Sí, claro, es como un vuelo muy turbulente que sientes mucho bofeteo y luego ves naranjado en las ventanas por el calor de del sistema de protección termal. Luego ya se quita porque ya entras muy bien a la atmósfera.
La cápsula Orión será frenada por un sistema de paracaídas para llegar al Océano Pacífico.
Uno de los primeros síntomas o de las primeras cosas que va a encontrar es que van a tener dificultad para caminar en línea recta, van a tener dificultad para mantenerse con balance.
El doctor Urquieta, colaborador de la NASA como médico aeroespacial, dice que el desafío de la misión, en términos de salud,
son las personas que han estado más lejanas de la Tierra en toda la historia de la humanidad, lo que los ha puesto a mayor exposición a radiación espacial.
Desde la cápsula Orión siguen llegando imágenes asombrosas, mientras 4 astronautas se preparan para cerrar una misión histórica.
Están poniendo la respuesta de la última pregunta del examen final y saben que van a agarrar un 10, algo muy bonito.
Rogelio Moratagle, Noticias Telemundo.
This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 17 hours, 51 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. The astronauts were awakened aboard Integrity about an hour ago. They're in their post-sleep period, reviewing morning messages, getting a bite to eat, completing the stowage of items in their crew cabin. As everything is all set, the stage is set for their return to Earth this evening, with a splashdown of the Pacific off the coast of San Diego 7 hours and 40 minutes from now. Here in the flight control room, known as the White Flight Control Room, a shift handover has been completed. The entry team of flight controllers now on duty, led by Flight Director Rick Henfling. Henfling has trained with this team for more than 2 years for this day. He will be joined on console by spacecraft communicator Jackie Mahaffey. Astronaut Stan Love also will be by her side as a second set of eyes as Integrity barrels home, completing a mission that will have spanned 694,481 miles from launch to splashdown. In the shift handover, no significant issues were reported. The vehicle is in great shape, and the weather at the splashdown zone couldn't be better. Winds are forecast to be 10 knots at splashdown, wave heights less than 4 feet, and the wave periodics against the capsule as it bobs in the Pacific Ocean about 17 seconds. We are expecting a few broken and scattered clouds, but that is not an issue. Integrity is coming home through the law of orbital mechanics. The next major milestone for Integrity's astronauts and the flight control team here in Houston will be the RTC-3 burn. That is the return trajectory correction number 3 burn. That is scheduled 2 hours and 25 minutes from now at 1:53 p.m. Central Time. It's an 8-second firing of the reaction control system jets to essentially fine-tune the path of Integrity down the corridor for its entry into the Earth's atmosphere. There will be a change in velocity of 4.2 feet per second. That is the last major maneuver of the mission. The crew will continue to configure the crew cabin. They'll climb into their launch and entry suits later today and move into their entry checklist. So this is a good time for us to run down all of the key milestones and all of the key numbers that you'll be hearing reported as we move into the final phase of this 9-day mission. Following the RTC-3 burn and the crew climbing into their launch and entry suits, we will have NASA Plus coverage joining in a simulcast of our 24/7 YouTube coverage at 5:30 p.m. Central Time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. At 6:15 p.m., Integrity will switch communications loops and the strings for communication from the Deep Space Network, which it has been on since the translunar injection burn the day after launch. We will transition from the Deep Space Network to the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System. At 6:33 p.m., the crew module and its 4 astronauts will separate from the European Service Module. And at 6:37 p.m. Central Time, these are all Central Time, we will conduct about a 19-second raise burn. Now, if you think of yourself sitting in a recliner and tilting backward, this raise burn gently raises the aft end of the vehicle. It is our last opportunity to dial in a flight path angle before entry interface using the roll thrusters on the crew module. This will sweeten the angle of attack, if you will, the orientation of the vehicle as it enters the Earth's atmosphere, with the idea in mind of reducing any excessive heat stress on the heat shield in this deliberate opportunity that we have selected to try to mitigate any buildup of excessive heat on the aft end of the vehicle. Once the raise burn is complete, we will enter the first traces of Earth's atmosphere at 6:53 and 31 seconds p.m. Central Time. At that point, we'll be at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling 34,882 feet per second, with a range to splashdown of 1,701 nautical miles. Just 24 seconds after entry interface, traveling at that velocity, we will begin a 6-minute blackout period due to the ionization, the buildup of plasma around the spacecraft that will prevent communications and data from being received here in Mission Control. Again, that blackout scheduled to begin at 6:53 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time, about a 6-minute blackout. We'll be carefully monitoring a call from Capcom to the crew as we exit the blackout. That will be our first communications with the crew following that 6-minute period. The blackout scheduled to end right around 7 p.m. straight up. That's Central Time. That'll be 6 minutes and 25 seconds after the start of entry interface. At that point, we will be at an altitude of 157,406 feet off the Earth, traveling at 13,342 feet per second. Range to splashdown at that point will be just 147 nautical miles. There will be a series of roll reversals, rolling, this is computer commanded, to roll the vehicle to the left and back to the right to bleed off excess energy, all part of the planned entry profile for integrity and its 4 astronauts. We are expected to go subsonic, meaning we will break the sound barrier over the Pacific in this trajectory that will carry us from southwest and northeast across the Pacific Ocean. We will go subsonic at 7:02 and 25 seconds p.m. Central Time at an altitude of 59,000 feet, traveling just 971 feet per second. So you can see how much the velocity of integrity will decelerate based on its speed and the interaction with the Earth's friction in the atmosphere. At that point, a series of parachutes will begin to deploy. The first deployment will be the forward bay cover chutes. These are a series of 3 parachutes, each parachute approximately 100 feet long. The first forward bay cover parachute deployment will occur at an altitude of 24,000 feet. As the spacecraft has descended to a velocity of just 479 feet per second, and we will be within a mile, 1 nautical mile of splashdown at that point. In rapid fire succession then, we'll deploy 2 drogue parachutes used to slow and stabilize the crew module during descent to establish the proper conditions for main parachute deployment that will follow. A trio of pilot parachutes then deploy. They'll be used to lift and deploy the main parachutes from the forward bay of the crew module. That's the top portion of the crew module. And finally, 3 large main parachutes will deploy. The main chutes are scheduled to deploy at 7:04 and 44 seconds p.m. Central Time at an altitude of just 5,400 feet from splashdown. The velocity for the astronauts aboard Integrity at the time of splashdown expected to be just 19 miles an hour. So in just 13.5 minutes from the start of entry interface to splashdown, we will have decelerated from what is expected to be a peak velocity of some 23,783 miles an hour to just 19 miles an hour for a gentle splashdown. One of the important points that we've been explaining and that we'll be looking for later today is the comparison between the entry for Artemis I, which was uncrewed, and today's entry for the Artemis II astronauts. On Artemis I, we had an entry range of 3,178 nautical miles, and we used what was called a skip entry profile, where we dipped into the atmosphere, then dipped out, and then dipped back in. That lasted about 20 minutes for entry, and it induced a higher total heat load on the vehicle. Now, on Artemis I, we flew that trajectory, and as part of the routine post-flight inspections and video analysis, there were areas of mechanical char liberation that were observed, which was not expected. As we explained yesterday, it's worth explaining again today, and we'll do later today as well. The chemical decomposition of ablative heat shields is fully expected. The mechanical liberation of the char was not expected. The chemical decomposition occurs as the heat shield material heats up and decomposes, the process called pyrolysis, which generates gases during entry. The generation rate of that gas is a function of the temperature of the heat shield material, which is known as avcoat. As the gases are being generated, a layer of char is forming on the surface of the heat shield. That char is porous. Now, ideally, what you want to have happen is for the gases to escape through the pores in the char layer faster than new gas is generated. But on Artemis I, we found that the temperature profile experienced by the heat shield and on the heat shield was such that this was not happening on areas of the heat shield with less porous avcoat. That resulted in a pressure buildup under the surface of the char layer, and when the pressure gets high enough, the portions of the char layer would liberate from the heat shield. That's what we observed. As a result of all of this, NASA gathered experts from across the agency and private industry, including establishing an independent review team to investigate this issue. And after extensive analysis, everyone agreed with the conclusion that we should plan to fly a shorter entry trajectory to avoid a temperature profile conducive to high rates of gas generation as that avcoat chemically decomposes. Now, for Artemis III and beyond, we're redesigning the heat shield, different heat shield, and redesigning the manufacturing process such that we will have material that starts out more porous and will allow a more efficient gas dissipation as that char layer forms, which will be a critical feature for a longer duration skip entry trajectories returning from the south pole of the moon. The bottom line of all of this is today, instead of a 3,178 nautical mile entry range, we're targeting a 1,701 max entry range to our splashdown zone off the coast of San Diego, 1,701 nautical miles. We're using a lofted entry profile. That's being done through the raise burn. The duration of the entry is about 14 minutes rather than 20 minutes, and that induces a much lower heat load on the heat shield to allow it to do its job to maximum efficiency. Following splashdown, which again is scheduled at 7:07:07 p.m. Central Time. That's 7:07 and 7 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset at the splashdown site. Following splashdown, we will get a call from the crew. The communications will transition to what you'll hear called VLDR. That's the acronym for very low data rate, because we no longer have the antennas pointing toward the tracking and data relay satellite system at that point. Now, whether the vehicle is upright in the so-called stable 1 configuration, or whether it's upside down in stable 2, we will quickly activate the CMOOS system, the acronym for the Crew Module Uprighting System. The Crew Module Uprighting System consists of 5 large balloon-like airbags located under the capsule's forward bay cover. These airbags will be inflated with helium, providing additional buoyancy to flip the capsule upright if it's in stable 2, or to maintain it in a stable 1 configuration. Navy helicopters, Navy paradivers, A Navy flight surgeon and a NASA flight surgeon will all be on the scene and will be erecting a large raft called a front porch alongside the spacecraft. That is similar to what you've seen in the movies and in the past in historic footage from the Apollo missions. That will be utilized once the hatch is open to allow the crew members to be extracted one by one onto that front porch before they're hoisted onto a pair of hovering Navy helicopters in sequential fashion, in alternating fashion as well, for the short ride back to the deck of the recovery ship, the USS John Murtha. Now, before we get into all that, it will take about 15 minutes to power down the vehicle, and for flight controllers here in Houston and the Navy recovery team to ascertain that there are no toxic gases that are leaking from Integrity. We do not expect that to happen, but they'll put eyeballs on it to match the data that we will see here at Mission Control to ensure that the recovery team can make a safe approach to the spacecraft to begin the process of erecting the front porch. The current order of extraction from the vehicle that we received from the ship called for Christina Cook to be extracted first, followed by Victor Glover, then Jeremy Hansen, and then Reed Wiseman last. The hoisting of the crew members to these two helos, Christina Cook is scheduled to be hoisted first into helicopter number 1, or the helicopter A as it is being termed by the recovery team. Jeremy Hansen would be second to be hoisted. He'll go into helo number 2. Victor Glover will be hoisted third and will go into helo 1 to join Cook. And Reed Wiseman will be hoisted into helo 2 to join Jeremy Hansen for the ride back to the ship. The recovery position would put the ship about 2,000 yards away from the spacecraft, assuming an on-target splashdown. The small boats will be much closer so that they can be deployed in rapid fire succession to arrive at the side of Integrity to ensure that they begin the orderly process of erecting the front porch and beginning the process of opening the hatch. The John P. Murtha, the recovery ship, is expected to be about 5 miles away from the spacecraft at the time of splashdown. That will expedite the helo flight for the two helicopters back to the deck of the ship. Once on the ship, the crew will emerge from the helos, and they'll be brought into the medical bay on the ship for comprehensive medical exams that will set the stage for them to be flown off the ship at a subsequent hour. We just don't know exactly what that hour will be at this point. It will depend on the condition of the crew and other factors. But once they depart the ship, they'll be flown by helicopter to the San Diego Naval Air Station to board a NASA plane to fly back to the Johnson Space Center in Houston. So that's your snapshot rundown of the activities that lie ahead. The next major activity, just over 2 hours from now, that will be the RTC-3 burn, the return trajectory correction burn number 3, the final in the series of fine-tuning maneuvers to pinpoint Integrity's precise path down the middle of the corridor for entry into the Earth's atmosphere.
Los 4 astronautas de la misión Artemis II regresarán a casa este viernes y llegarán al mar frente a las costas de San Diego, California. Toda la operación, eso sí, debe ser de una precisión milimétrica para que sea exitosa. Nuestro jefe de meteorología, Carlos Robles, nos dice cómo será. Carlos.
Así es, estos 4 astronautas luego de 10 días en el espacio ahora se enfrentan a su último momento crítico y peligroso de esta misión. Vamos al espacio para verlo. Cuando la cápsula Orion comienza a interactuar con la atmósfera de la Tierra, tiene que hacerlo en un ángulo de 6.5 grados. De no ocurrir, la cápsula puede rebotar y perderse en el espacio. El otro desafío es su interacción con la atmósfera. Este vehículo espacial viene a una velocidad de 20.000 millas por hora. Esto es aproximadamente 40 veces más rápido que un avión comercial. A esta velocidad, la cápsula genera tal fricción con la atmósfera que su temperatura alcanza los 5.500 grados Fahrenheit, casi la mitad de la temperatura de la superficie del Sol. En ese momento, el escudo térmico será puesto a prueba. Por último, tras este crítico recorrido a unos 25.000 pies de altura, la cápsula desplegará una serie de paracaídas que la desaceleran para amerizar de forma segura en las aguas del Océano Pacífico. Y así debería concluir un recorrido de 10 días que ha hecho historia, ¿verdad? Y es solo el inicio del regreso del hombre a la Luna.
Este viernes será entonces la primera vez desde el Apolo 17 en 1972 en que la NASA y el Departamento de Defensa se unen para el reingreso de una tripulación lunar. Rogelio Moratagle nos dice ahora cómo han sido estas últimas 24 horas de los astronautas en el espacio.
Todo está listo para el regreso a casa y uno de los momentos críticos de la misión, el reingreso a la atmósfera de la Tierra. En 1 hora y media todo tiene que salir bien, dice la NASA. El astronauta José Hernández estuvo 14 días en el espacio, en una misión del transbordador espacial Discovery.
¿Recuerdas claramente ese momento cuando, por ejemplo, el transbordador en el que tú ibas reingresó a la atmósfera de la Tierra?
Sí, claro. Es como un vuelo muy turbulente que sientes mucho bofoteo y luego ves naranjado en las ventanas por el calor de del sistema de protección termal. Luego ya se quita porque ya entras muy bien a la atmósfera.
La cápsula Orión será frenada por un sistema de paracaídas para llegar al Océano Pacífico.
Uno de los primeros síntomas o de las primeras cosas que van a encontrar es que van a tener dificultad para caminar en línea recta, van a tener dificultad para mantenerse con balance.
El doctor Urquieta, colaborador de la NASA como médico aeroespacial, dice que el desafío de la misión, en términos de salud,
son las personas que han estado más lejanas de la Tierra en toda la historia de la humanidad, lo que los ha puesto a mayor exposición a radiación espacial.
Desde la cápsula Orión siguen llegando imágenes asombrosas, mientras 4 astronautas se preparan para cerrar una misión histórica.
Están poniendo la respuesta de la última pregunta del examen final y saben que van a agarrar un 10, algo muy bonito.
Rogelio Moratagle, Noticias Telemundo.
A punto de concluir esa histórica misión Artemis II, pero aún falta una última cosa de alto riesgo, tal vez lo más peligroso, el amerizaje, que esta vez no será en Florida, sino del otro lado del país, en San Diego, California. A pocas horas de que suceda, la tripulación ofreció una conferencia de prensa desde su nave espacial, recapitulando en parte lo que se han encontrado en este viaje espacial y lo que está por venir.
I'll be honest and say I've actually been thinking about entry since April 3rd, 2023, when we got assigned to this mission. And one of the first press conferences we were asked, what are we looking forward to? And I said splashdown, and it's kind of humorous, but it's literal as well, that we have to get back. There's so much data that you've seen already, but all the good stuff is coming back with us. There's so many more pictures.
Bueno, y es que sí, es un proceso sumamente peligroso. Estarán entrando a la atmósfera a unas 24.000 millas por hora. También agradecieron en esta conferencia los grandes avances en tecnología, robótica, que les ha permitido estudiar mejor el espacio en esta que llaman una carrera de relevos, porque dicen cada cosa que realizan la hacen pensando en el próximo equipo. Y ya se lo adelantábamos, la otra noticia del día, el regreso de la histórica misión Artemis II. Vienen con nuevos datos científicos y también esas imágenes nunca antes vistas. El amerizaje será en el Océano Pacífico entre 50 y 60 millas frente a la costa de San Diego, en California. El principal desafío es sobrevivir a un reingreso extremadamente violento, manteniendo precisión milimétrica y sistemas intactos, ya que viene a una velocidad, escuche esto, más de 20,000 millas por hora. Esto es aproximadamente 40 veces más rápido que un avión comercial, y un pequeño error, tan solo un pequeño error puede hacer que la cápsula rebote en la atmósfera o se queme, ya que debe soportar temperaturas de hasta 5,000 grados Fahrenheit sin fallas. Y bueno, lo que hay que decir también es que genera preocupación porque en la misión Artemis I el escudo térmico no pudo soportar el calor completamente y bueno, lo que está en juego es la vida de estos astronautas. Francisco Fajardo está en San Diego, California, a la espera de esta cápsula. Francisco, buenas tardes.
¿Qué tal, Nicole? Buenas tardes. Pues hay mucha expectativa, ha llegado este día, no hay margen de error en este retorno de los 4 astronautas de esta misión Artemis II, que como lo has dicho, han hecho historia al llegar lo más lejos que un humano ha llegado en el espacio, y uno de los puntos claves será esa etapa en la que tengan que atravesar la atmósfera a más de 20,000 millas por hora, alcanzando temperaturas por momentos de hasta 5,000 grados Fahrenheit. Y ahí es donde se dirigen los ojos de las preocupaciones, particularmente sobre este escudo térmico que tiene esta cápsula, que hay que decirlo, mostró fallas en la misión Artemis I, una misión no tripulada. Vemos fotos por ahí que se han circulado, reveladas por la NASA, donde se ve este escudo térmico con grietas. Ahora, el plan de la NASA es que esta cápsula se dirija por un camino específico, una trayectoria que ya han determinado, y también en una inclinación distinta para tratar de minimizar estos riesgos. Pero escuchemos un poco de lo que es atravesar esta etapa en un retorno de una cápsula desde el espacio.
Es como un vuelo muy turbulente, que sientes mucho bofoteo y luego ves naranjado en las ventanas por el calor de del sistema de protección termal. Y luego ya se quita porque ya entras muy bien a la atmósfera.
Y una vez atravesando esta etapa, ya dentro del planeta Tierra, a 20,000 pies de altura, se desplegarán estos paracaídas para reducir la velocidad, escuchemos bien, de esta cápsula de 20,000 millas por hora a 20 millas por hora, para que al momento de que impacte el agua del Océano Pacífico, pues sea lo menos brusco posible. Ahí en esa circunferencia donde va a impactar esta cápsula, habrá un equipo de buzos de la naval, también un médico en un barco que estará listo para monitorear a estos 4 astronautas y buscar síntomas como vértigo, como deshidratación, como náuseas. Es muy probable que lleguen así. Una vez que se inspeccionen, serán volados a suelo sandieguino en helicóptero, y de aquí desde San Diego tomarán un avión de regreso a la base central de la NASA. Nicola, hay mucha expectativa, por supuesto, estaremos atentos de regreso.
Claro, y estaremos cruzando los dedos, rezando para que todo salga muy bien. No se pierdan la cobertura especial de Regreso a la Tierra de Artemis II. Véanlo en vivo a las 8 de la noche, hora del Este, 7 Centro, 5 en el Pacífico.
This is Mission Control, Houston. 8 days, 18 hours, 39 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. Here in the flight control room, Flight Director Rick Henfling and his team of entry flight controllers on duty, joined by spacecraft communicator Jackie Mahaffey. That's the voice you'll hear talking to the crew throughout the course of the day's activities, through entry and through splashdown. Aboard Integrity, the astronauts, Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen are wrapping up their post-sleep period, having an opportunity to review their morning mail, getting a bite to eat, and getting things set up for final cabin stowage of items no longer needed on this flight prior to the time they move into their entry checklist a few hours from now. The next major milestone will be 1 hour, 38 minutes from now. That will be the firing of the reaction control system thrusters on Integrity in what is called the RTC-3 burn, the return trajectory correction number 3 burn, the final in the series of mid-course correction maneuvers to fine-tune Integrity's path so that it reaches the center of the entry corridor at the orientation we want the vehicle in, as it approaches and enters the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet later today. This will be an 8-second burn to change the velocity of Integrity by 4.2 feet per second. And again, will be the final major maneuver of this mission. After we discard the European service module, this evening at 6:33 p.m. Central Time, a few minutes later, we'll conduct a raise burn, as it is called. That is a maneuver using Integrity's thrusters, about a 19-second burn that will lift the aft end of the vehicle and provide the final angle of attack that the spacecraft will be traveling in to reach the splashdown zone.
Para dirigirse a la zona de amerizaje a unas 1.701 millas náuticas del punto inicial de ingreso. El John P. Murtha está listo para las operaciones de recuperación una vez que Integrity haya amerizado. Esto será a las 7:07 y 7 segundos de la noche, hora del centro de los Estados Unidos, 5:07 hora del Pacífico, 2 horas y media antes del ocaso. La tripulación de Integrity habrá viajado 694.000 millas. La comunicación con la tripulación se ha incrementado sustancialmente en los últimos momentos, cuando nos acercamos a las horas finales de configuración de la cabina, en preparación para el encendido de corrección de trayectoria y para que comience la tripulación a hacer su verificación de reingreso. Todo está excelente. El pronóstico meteorológico en el Centro Espacial Johnson para la zona de amerizaje al suroeste de San Diego reporta vientos de 10 nido, olas de menos de 5 pies, con un oleaje con periodos de 17 segundos, algunas nubes dispersas en la zona de amerizaje. Las condiciones meteorológicas son apropiadas, el vehículo está en condiciones apropiadas y nos aprestamos para el amerizaje 6 horas, 48 minutos y 46 segundos a partir de ahora. Este es el control de misión en Houston.
Los 4 astronautas de la misión Artemis II regresarán a casa este viernes y llegarán al mar frente a las costas de San Diego, California. Toda la operación, eso sí, debe ser de una precisión milimétrica para que sea exitosa. Nuestro jefe de meteorología, Carlos Robles, nos dice cómo será. Carlos.
Así es, estos 4 astronautas luego de 10 días en el espacio ahora se enfrentan a su último momento crítico y peligroso de esta misión. Vamos al espacio para verlo. Cuando la cápsula Orion comienza a interactuar con la atmósfera de la Tierra, tiene que hacerlo en un ángulo de 6.5 grados. De no ocurrir, la cápsula puede rebotar y perderse en el espacio. El otro desafío es su interacción con la atmósfera. Este vehículo espacial viene a una velocidad de 20.000 millas por hora. Esto es aproximadamente 40 veces más rápido que un avión comercial. A esta velocidad, la cápsula genera tal fricción con la atmósfera que su temperatura alcanza los 5.500 grados Fahrenheit, casi la mitad de la temperatura de la superficie del Sol. En ese momento, el escudo térmico será puesto a prueba. Por último, tras este crítico recorrido a unos 25.000 pies de altura, la cápsula desplegará una serie de paracaídas que la desaceleran para amerizar de forma segura en las aguas del Océano Pacífico. Y así debería concluir un recorrido de 10 días que ha hecho historia, ¿verdad? Y es solo el inicio del regreso del hombre a la Luna.
Este viernes será entonces la primera vez desde el Apolo 17 en 1972 en que la NASA y el Departamento de Defensa se unen para el reingreso de una tripulación lunar. Rogelio Moratagle nos dice ahora cómo han sido estas últimas 24 horas de los astronautas en el espacio.
Todo está listo para el regreso a casa y uno de los momentos críticos de la misión, el reingreso a la atmósfera de la Tierra. En 1 hora y media todo tiene que salir bien, dice la NASA. El astronauta José Hernández estuvo 14 días en el espacio, en una misión del transbordador espacial Discovery.
¿Recuerdas claramente ese momento cuando, por ejemplo, el transbordador en el que tú ibas reingresó a la atmósfera de la Tierra?
Sí, claro. Es como un vuelo muy turbulente que sientes mucho bofeteo y luego ves naranjado en las ventanas por el calor de del sistema de protección termal. Luego ya se quita porque ya entras muy bien a la atmósfera.
La cápsula Orión será frenada por un sistema de paracaídas para llegar al Océano Pacífico.
Uno de los primeros síntomas o de las primeras cosas que van a encontrar es que van a tener dificultad para caminar en línea recta, van a tener dificultad para mantenerse con balance.
El doctor Urquieta, colaborador de la NASA como médico aeroespacial, dice que el desafío de la misión, en términos de salud,
son las personas que han estado más lejanas de la Tierra en toda la historia de la humanidad, lo que los ha puesto a mayor exposición a radiación espacial.
Desde la cápsula Orión siguen llegando imágenes asombrosas, mientras 4 astronautas se preparan para cerrar una misión histórica.
Están poniendo la respuesta de la última pregunta del examen final y saben que van a agarrar un 10, algo muy bonito.
Rogelio Moratagle, Noticias Telemundo.
Antes de ingresar a la atmósfera, la cápsula Orión se va a separar del módulo de servicio. 12 impulsores van a orientar adecuadamente a Orión a una altura de unas 75 millas sobre la superficie terrestre. Orion y la tripulación entrarán a la atmósfera a casi 25.000 millas por hora, desacelerando a 4 veces la velocidad, la aceleración de gravedad. El escudo de ablación protegerá la nave de temperaturas de casi 5.000 grados Fahrenheit, casi la mitad de la temperatura en la superficie del Sol. Para aminorar el descenso, Orion va a desplegar 11 paracaídas. 3 paracaídas de arrastre separan la cubierta térmica que protege a los demás paracaídas. 2 paracaídas de arrastre estabilizan la cápsula, se separan y luego 3 paracaídas se abren a 9.000 pies de altura, viajando a 130 millas por hora. Esto va a desacelerar la cápsula a menos de 20 millas por hora. Después de haber viajado más de 500.000 millas, Orión descenderá en el Océano Pacífico a 50 millas náuticas de la costa de California, 16 minutos después de haber ingresado a la atmósfera terrestre. Después del amerizaje, un equipo de recuperación que incluye a la Armada, Fuerza Aérea y NASA se acercará a Orión. El equipo se va a asegurar que es seguro el abandonar la nave antes de inflar lo que se llama el pórtico de la nave. Orión será remolcada hasta el barco para ser devuelto al Centro Espacial Kennedy. Misión cumplida, la tripulación es de vuelta a tierra y por primera vez en 10 días estarán en tierra firme.
All right, that was all we had for you for cabin entry config for now.
Houston, speaking of cabin config, one thing for you, the contingency urine CWC, that has, we had a plan so that we could actually complete that stowage as a get-ahead last night, and that's been done. We did not use a hefty bag, but it is empty, and it is sealed in 2 Ziplocs inside the JSB. We feel that it's unaccessible now, and we'd like to keep it in that config.
All right, Christina, thanks for the status. We will confirm that is a good config.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Jackie, we'll head over to Private 2 for the PMC.
Staged out in the Pacific Ocean, just west of San Diego. We are staged about 6.5 miles from where we expect Orion to splash down.
This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 18 hours, 58 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. On board the spacecraft, as we slowly but surely make our way back to Earth for a splashdown later this evening, the crew on board, Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen, are emerging from their post-sleep period. They are about to begin a private medical conference that has been planned all along with the flight surgeon here in Mission Control to make sure that there are no issues associated with their high-speed entry back to Earth later today, with splashdown scheduled at 7:07 and 7 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset at the splashdown site off the coast of San Diego. The crew has been in great shape ever since launch, and the vehicle is in excellent condition. It's very quiet here in the flight control room, no issues being worked as we count down toward the next milestone prior to entering the Earth's atmosphere, that being the return trajectory correction burn. This short 8-second firing of the reaction control system thrusters to change the velocity of Integrity by 4.2 feet per second and slightly adjust its orientation, fine-tuning its position to properly enter the entry corridor across the Pacific Ocean later today. That burn.
Integrity, you can normalize too.
In work.
That burn is scheduled at 1:53 p.m. Central Time, 2:53 p.m. Eastern Time. That'll be followed by the crew completing the configuration of the crew cabin for entry, stowing final items, and making sure all of their checklists and other post-splashdown devices that they will need are in the proper. Making sure that all of their equipment is within arm's length after they splash down in the Pacific, waiting to be extracted from the vehicle by the recovery personnel that will be deployed from the USS John Murtha, which is on station out in the Pacific in the splashdown area. The weather forecast for splashdown is ideal. Winds just about 10 knots, wave heights less than 4 feet. Those are very benign conditions that will await Integrity's astronauts when they emerge from the spacecraft. Following splashdown, the 5 crew module uprighting system airbags will be inflated with helium to ensure that the spacecraft remains in an upright and rather benign situation as it bobs in the Pacific Ocean. This will expedite the ability of the recovery teams to erect a large raft called the front porch along the side of Integrity prior to the time that the hatches open and the crew is extracted from the vehicle that they have been aboard since April 1st for their launch for their lunar flyby. The heart of today's entry will begin.
Integrity Houston, some pre-burn SA for you. The Plus X flange heaters are on and prop avionics are configured.
Okay, we copy, Jackie.
Jeremy Hansen from the Canadian Space Agency acknowledging the call from Capcom Jackie Mahaffey. It is her voice that you'll be hearing throughout entry and splashdown, calling all the major milestones and talking to the crew when required. The heart of today's activities will begin about 5.5 hours from now when we hand over the communications link from the Deep Space Network to the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System. That will come at 6:15 p.m. Central Time, followed about 18 minutes later when the crew module separates from the service module. At that point, the crew module will conduct a raise burn, as it is called. That is about a 19-second burn. That will be the final opportunity to more specifically dial in the flight path angle, the angle of attack before entry interface. That will use the roll thrusters on the command module, on the crew module. That angle of attack is particularly critical for this mission, so that we are mitigating any excessive buildup of heat on Orion's heat shield as it enters the Earth's atmosphere. At the point of peak heating, we are expecting temperatures to rise to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That will induce an ionization around the spacecraft called a plasma wave. This is typical for all spacecraft that enter the Earth's atmosphere. A blackout period of 6 minutes will begin at about 6:53 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time. We'll lose all communications with the crew. That will be expected, and we'll report that when we do have a loss of data and communications. When we emerge from that blackout, right around 7 p.m. Central Time, straight up, Jackie Mahaffey, the Capcom here in Mission Control, will be calling the crew, if they don't call us first, to make sure that we hear them and that we have a good communications link for the final 7 minutes of the high-speed entry that will culminate with the deployment of a series of parachutes and finally 3 main parachutes that will gently allow Integrity to splash down in the Pacific at a velocity of just 19 miles an hour. The crew is expected to pull about 3.9 Gs during maximum G loads on them during the point of entry. And it's interesting to keep in mind that from the point of the start of entry interface at an altitude of 400,000 feet, some 13.5 minutes before splashdown, the spacecraft will decelerate from a velocity of some 23,783 miles an hour to just 19 miles an hour at splashdown. So everything is in order aboard Integrity. We have a solid spacecraft and a solid go weather forecast in the splashdown zone as the world awaits the return of Artemis's astronauts from this historic lunar flyby. Splashdown scheduled 6 hours, 25 minutes, 30 seconds from now. This is Mission Control Houston.
both LiO, or all 4 LiO battery units are fully charged.
Houston copies. Good news. Thanks.
And Houston Integrity, we're ready to secure the cobalt brick and the WAP, but just want to check with you that you don't need the network on board before we do that. Check with you that you don't.
Integrity, for Jeremy, we copied your question. We were in a data rate handover, but we can confirm no further ground use for the WAP or cobalt brick, so go to tear those down. A follow-up for Christina, the empty CWC stowage config that you called earlier is a good config for entry, so no need to go find that. And finally, we can support a camera downlink if and when you are willing.
Okay, we copied all those, Jackie. And which cameras were you planning on coming on board with?
Yeah, good question. We just wanted to use cab 3.
We're good with that.
All right, we will join you.
Houston integrity for CBA pressure.
Go ahead.
CBA pressure is 2,500 psi.
Houston copies 2500.
This is Mission Control Houston. You just heard Mission Specialist Christina Cook aboard Integrity offering some parameters of cabin atmosphere readings. Everything on board is in great shape. We're just 56.5 minutes away from the return trajectory correction 3 burn. This will be the final major maneuver of the mission for Integrity, an 8-second burn of Integrity's thrusters to change its velocity by 4.2 feet per second. And further fine-tuning its path for the entry interface into the Earth's atmosphere later today. Just so we can identify some of the key players you'll hear and see here in Mission Control throughout the course of the day. On the front row, from left to right, that's astronaut Stan Love. He was the Ascent Capcom, or spacecraft communicator, talking to the crew and has pulled several shifts during the mission. Second from the left is Jackie Mahaffey, who will be the entry Capcom, talking to the crew during their high-speed return to Earth later today. Then to her left is entry flight director Rick Henfling, and to his left is Judd Freeling, who presided as flight director over the ascent of Integrity 9 days ago from the Kennedy Space Center. In the back row is the lead flight director for the mission, Jeff Radigan, and to his left is the chief of the flight director office, Emily Nelson. Once again, this view of the Earth, that is the port of call for Integrity's astronauts later today. Splashdown scheduled 6 hours, 8 minutes, and 22 seconds from now. Everything is in great shape on board the vehicle in the home stretch of what ultimately will be a 694,481-mile journey from launch to splashdown. This is Mission Control Houston, our first view of the crew today. On the left, Commander Reed Wiseman. On the right, pilot Victor Glover. They are reviewing some of the timeline parameters and some of the systems status boards on their computers on the flight deck of Orion. Everything is in great shape system-wise, and the weather forecast is a go forecast at the splashdown zone as the crew approaches the 6-hour mark until they return to Earth to complete this historic mission. The crew will monitor the RTC-3 burn. That's just 52 minutes from now. And then we'll move into the heart of completing the configuration of the crew cabin, stowing some final items, and reviewing their entry checklist as they march down the timeline towards the point at which they will don their launch and entry suits, the Orion Crew Survival Suits, or OCSS, the OX suits as they are called, and prepare for the final key elements of this mission that will start with entry interface at 6:53 p.m. Central Time today, when they reach the first traces of the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet, with a range to splashdown of 1,701 nautical miles. You can see down below in the lower deck of the crew cabin, if you will, Christina Cook. Jeremy Hansen is right by her. The crew will begin the suit-up procedures later today. They'll conduct leak checks on their suits to ensure that they're in a good configuration for the entry. And once again, we're struck by some of the numbers involved. At the point of entry interface, which will be about 13.5 minutes before splashdown, the vehicle will be traveling some 23,839 miles an hour. At the point of splashdown, 13.5 minutes later, they will have decelerated under parachutes and through the interaction of Earth's atmosphere, the friction created by Earth's atmosphere, they will have decelerated to a splashdown velocity of just 19 miles an hour. All preparations on the USS John P. Murtha, the recovery ship out in the Pacific, are complete. Everyone is at the ready. The Navy recovery teams, the flight surgeons who will greet the astronauts for their initial medical exams. There will be Navy helicopters and fast boats that will be deployed from the Murtha to move alongside the spacecraft. It will take about 15 minutes, perhaps a bit less, for the flight control team here in Mission Control to power down the vehicle once it splashes down, and the airbags, the inflatable airbags, 5 of them at the forward bay cover at the top of the spacecraft, are inflated to ensure that the vehicle remains in an upright orientation in the Pacific. The airbags will be deployed. The vehicle will be powered down. That's not the end for Mission Control here in Houston. They will not hand over to the Exploration Ground Systems folks until the crew has been extracted from the vehicle onto a large raft that will be erected alongside the hatch to Integrity. That is called the front porch. Each of the crew members will leave the vehicle, Christina Cook first, followed by Victor Glover, then Jeremy Hansen, then Reed Wiseman. Once in the raft, they'll spend a few minutes as they get their land legs back before they're harnessed and hoisted one by one in alternating fashion to a pair of hovering Navy helicopters overhead. Christina Cook will be hoisted first into helicopter number 1, then Jeremy Hansen to helicopter number 2, Victor Glover to helicopter number 1, Reed Wiseman to helicopter number 2. We're about to have a quick burn conference with the crew to review the parameters of the upcoming return trajectory correction burn. Again, a final opportunity to fine-tune Integrity's path towards its splashdown zone and to make sure the orientation of the spacecraft is correct for its angle of attack into the Earth's atmosphere.
Los 4 astronautas de la misión Artemis II regresarán a casa este viernes y llegarán al mar frente a las costas de San Diego, California. Toda la operación, eso sí, debe ser de una precisión milimétrica para que sea exitosa. Nuestro jefe de meteorología, Carlos Robles, nos dice cómo será. Carlos.
Así es, estos 4 astronautas luego de 10 días en el espacio ahora se enfrentan a su último momento crítico y peligroso de esta misión. Vamos al espacio para verlo. Cuando la cápsula Orion comienza a interactuar con la atmósfera de la Tierra, tiene que hacerlo en un ángulo de 6.5 grados. De no ocurrir, la cápsula puede rebotar y perderse en el espacio. El otro desafío es su interacción con la atmósfera. Este vehículo espacial viene a una velocidad de 20.000 millas por hora. Esto es aproximadamente 40 veces más rápido que un avión comercial. A esta velocidad, la cápsula genera tal fricción con la atmósfera que su temperatura alcanza los 5.500 grados Fahrenheit, casi la mitad de la temperatura de la superficie del Sol. En ese momento, el escudo térmico será puesto a prueba. Por último, tras este crítico recorrido a unos 25.000 pies de altura, la cápsula desplegará una serie de paracaídas que la desaceleran para amerizar de forma segura en las aguas del Océano Pacífico. Y así debería concluir un recorrido de 10 días que ha hecho historia, ¿verdad? Y es solo el inicio del regreso del hombre a la Luna.
Este viernes será entonces la primera vez desde el Apolo 17 en 1972 en que la NASA y el Departamento de Defensa se unen para el reingreso de una tripulación lunar. Rogelio Moratagle nos dice ahora cómo han sido estas últimas 24 horas de los astronautas en el espacio.
Todo está listo para el regreso a casa y uno de los momentos críticos de la misión, el reingreso a la atmósfera de la Tierra. En 1 hora y media todo tiene que salir bien, dice la NASA. El astronauta José Hernández estuvo 14 días en el espacio, en una misión del transbordador espacial Discovery.
¿Recuerdas claramente ese momento cuando, por ejemplo, el transbordador en el que tú ibas reingresó a la atmósfera de la Tierra?
Sí, claro. Es como un vuelo muy turbulente que sientes mucho bofeteo y luego ves naranjado en las ventanas por el calor de del sistema de protección termal. Luego ya se quita porque ya entras muy bien a la atmósfera.
La cápsula Orión será frenada por un sistema de paracaídas para llegar al Océano Pacífico.
Uno de los primeros síntomas o de las primeras cosas que van a encontrar es que van a tener dificultad para caminar en línea recta, van a tener dificultad para mantenerse con balance.
El doctor Urquieta, colaborador de la NASA como médico aeroespacial, dice que el desafío de la misión, en términos de salud,
son las personas que han estado más lejanas de la Tierra en toda la historia de la humanidad, lo que los ha puesto a mayor exposición a radiación espacial.
Desde la cápsula Orión siguen llegando imágenes asombrosas, mientras 4 astronautas se preparan para cerrar una misión histórica.
Están poniendo la respuesta de la última pregunta del examen final y saben que van a agarrar un 10, algo muy bonito.
Rogelio Moratagle, Noticias Telemundo.
Antes de ingresar a la atmósfera, la cápsula Orión se va a separar del módulo de servicio. 12 impulsores van a orientar adecuadamente a Orión a una altura de unas 75 millas sobre la superficie terrestre. Orion y la tripulación entrarán a la atmósfera a casi 25.000 millas por hora, desacelerando a 4 veces la velocidad, la aceleración de gravedad. El escudo de ablación protegerá la nave de temperaturas de casi 5.000 grados Fahrenheit, casi la mitad de la temperatura en la superficie del Sol. Para aminorar el descenso, Orion va a desplegar 11 paracaídas. 3 paracaídas de arrastre separan la cubierta térmica que protege a los demás paracaídas. 2 paracaídas de arrastre estabilizan la cápsula, se separan y luego 3 paracaídas se abren a 9.000 pies de altura, viajando a 130 millas por hora. Esto va a desacelerar la cápsula a menos de 20 millas por hora. Después de haber viajado más de 500.000 millas, Orión descenderá en el Océano Pacífico a 50 millas náuticas de la costa de California, 16 minutos después de haber ingresado a la atmósfera terrestre. Después del amerizaje, un equipo de recuperación que incluye a la Armada, Fuerza Aérea y NASA se acercará a Orión. El equipo se va a asegurar que es seguro el abandonar la nave antes de inflar lo que se llama el pórtico de la nave. Orion será remolcada hasta el barco para ser devuelto al Centro Espacial Kennedy. Misión cumplida, la tripulación es de vuelta a tierra y por primera vez en 10 días estarán en tierra firme.
That is in step 1 of your post-landing LIO mounting and routing procedure. TIG slip is 10 minutes. Omicron is 25.0.
Okay, Jackie, we copied all the deltas, but we are not confident we started with the right file. Can you confirm the date, the UTC of ground generation?
Yep, that is day 100, hour 12, minute 20, 20.
So Jackie, that ground generation date time is what we had as version 1, and you said version 2, so that's what's throwing us off. We were looking for a version 2, but we saved version 1 as version 2 to get ready for these deltas. Did you uplink a new burn pad, or were you just instructing us to save it as version 2?
Yeah, sorry about that. These deltas we're reading you are called version 2. And the UTC we are expecting you to be referencing is the one I read off.
Okay, copy. We wrote those deltas on the Excel file that was labeled version 1, and we have saved it as version 2.
That's perfect. Couple of final notes for you. Under burn execution steps, step 8, OpNav pass. We are performing OpNav pass, and that did kick off automatically. And then in burn notes, we just want to clarify for the PCL message today, that is message 3.10.02.
Okay, we copy step 8 auto and 3.10.02, which we all read. Thank you. Any other deltas to the steps, burn execution steps?
No deltas. One final note, the cell in the burn notes that talks about if BFS engages does have about 2 rows worth of text, so you may need to expand it to see all of it.
Jackie, that is a great call. Thank you for that information.
And that is everything we had for the burn conference.
Okay, we copy. Thank you very much.
This is Mission Control Houston. That exchange between Capcom Jackie Mahaffey here in Mission Control and pilot Victor Glover aboard Integrity, reading off all the critical numbers for the upcoming Return Trajectory Correction 3 burn. That's on tap just 37 minutes from now at 1:53 p.m. Central Time. This final major maneuver will be an 8-second burn of the reaction control system thrusters to amend the velocity of Integrity by 4.2 feet per second. It also contains a number of angular adjustments to Integrity's orientation to fine-tune its precise orientation as it enters the Earth's atmosphere at the point of 400,000 feet above the Pacific Ocean, called entry interface. This is critical because we want Integrity to be in the right orientation to minimize heating on the heat shield of the vehicle. This needs to be extremely precise and will be fine-tuned one more time through what is called a crew module raise burn tonight at 6:37 p.m. Central Time, a 19-second burn that will fine-tune the angle of attack for one last time to make sure integrity is entering the Earth's atmosphere in an orientation that will minimize the peak heating effects on the heat shield. As it is, the temperatures around the heat shield are expected to be somewhere between 4,000 and 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. However, at the angle at which we are entering the Earth's atmosphere, it is a much more benign heating effect on the heat shield than what was experienced during the Artemis I mission. Houston Integrity, are we go for secondary wastewater line dump?
Integrity, you are go for secondary line dumps.
We copy, thank you.
Los 4 astronautas de la misión Artemis II regresarán a casa este viernes y llegarán al mar frente a las costas de San Diego, California. Toda la operación, eso sí, debe ser de una precisión milimétrica para que sea exitosa. Nuestro jefe de meteorología, Carlos Robles, nos dice cómo será. Carlos.
Así es, estos 4 astronautas luego de 10 días en el espacio ahora se enfrentan a su último momento crítico y peligroso de esta misión. Vamos al espacio para verlo. Cuando la cápsula Orion comienza a interactuar con la atmósfera de la Tierra, tiene que hacerlo en un ángulo de 6.5 grados. De no ocurrir, la cápsula puede rebotar y perderse en el espacio. El otro desafío es su interacción con la atmósfera. Este vehículo espacial viene a una velocidad de 20.000 millas por hora. Esto es aproximadamente 40 veces más rápido que un avión comercial. A esta velocidad, la cápsula genera tal fricción con la atmósfera que su temperatura alcanza los 5.500 grados Fahrenheit, casi la mitad de la temperatura de la superficie del Sol. En ese momento el escudo térmico será puesto a prueba. Por último, tras este crítico recorrido a unos 25.000 pies de altura, la cápsula desplegará una serie de paracaídas que la desaceleran para amerizar de forma segura en las aguas del Océano Pacífico. Y así debería concluir un recorrido de 10 días que ha hecho historia, ¿verdad? Y es solo el inicio del regreso del hombre a la Luna.
Este viernes será entonces la primera vez desde el Apolo 17 en 1972 en que la NASA y el Departamento de Defensa se unen para el reingreso de una tripulación lunar. Rogelio Moratagle nos dice ahora cómo han sido estas últimas 24 horas de los astronautas en el espacio.
Todo está listo para el regreso a casa y uno de los momentos críticos de la misión, el reingreso a la atmósfera de la Tierra. En 1 hora y media todo tiene que salir bien, dice la NASA. El astronauta José Hernández estuvo 14 días en el espacio, en una misión del transbordador espacial Discovery.
¿Recuerdas claramente ese momento cuando, por ejemplo, el transbordador en el que tú ibas reingresó a la atmósfera de la Tierra?
Sí, claro. Es como un vuelo muy turbulente que sientes mucho bofeteo y luego ves naranjado en las ventanas por el calor de del sistema de protección termal. Luego ya se quita porque ya entras muy bien a la atmósfera.
La cápsula Orion será frenada por un sistema de paracaídas para llegar al Océano Pacífico.
Uno de los primeros síntomas o de las primeras cosas que van a encontrar es que van a tener dificultad para caminar en línea recta, van a tener dificultad para mantenerse con balance.
El doctor Urquieta, colaborador de la NASA como médico aeroespacial, dice que el desafío de la misión, en términos de salud,
son las personas que han estado más lejanas de la Tierra en toda la historia de la humanidad, lo que los ha puesto a mayor exposición a radiación espacial.
Desde la cápsula Orión siguen llegando imágenes asombrosas, mientras 4 astronautas se preparan para cerrar una misión histórica.
Están poniendo la respuesta de la última pregunta del examen final y saben que van a agarrar un 10, algo muy bonito.
Rogelio Moratagle, Noticias Telemundo.
Antes de ingresar a la atmósfera, la cápsula Orión se va a separar del módulo de servicio. 12 impulsores van a orientar adecuadamente a Orión a una altura de unas 75 millas sobre la superficie terrestre. Orion y la tripulación entrarán a la atmósfera a casi 25.000 millas por hora, desacelerando a 4 veces la velocidad, la aceleración de gravedad. El escudo de ablación protegerá la nave a temperaturas de casi 5.000 grados Fahrenheit, casi la mitad de la temperatura en la superficie del Sol. Para aminorar el descenso, Orion va a desplegar 11 paracaídas. 3 paracaídas de arrastre separan la cubierta térmica que protege a los demás paracaídas. 2 paracaídas de arrastre estabilizan la cápsula, se separan y luego 3 paracaídas se abren a 9.000 pies de altura, viajando a 130 millas por hora. Esto va a desacelerar la cápsula a menos de 20 millas por hora. Después de haber viajado más de 500.000 millas, Orión descenderá en el Océano Pacífico a 50 millas náuticas de la costa de California, 16 minutos después de haber ingresado a la atmósfera terrestre. Después del amerizaje, un equipo de recuperación que incluye a la Armada, Fuerza Aérea y NASA se acercará a Orión. El equipo se va a asegurar que es seguro el abandonar la nave antes de inflar lo que se llama el pórtico de la nave. Orión será remolcada hasta el barco para ser devuelto al Centro Espacial Kennedy. Misión cumplida, la tripulación es de vuelta a tierra y por primera vez en 10 días estarán en tierra firme.
Copy. Houston, go for the burn. Thank you.
And again, the burn that's coming up, RTC-3, just 27.5 minutes from now, will be an 8-second firing of the reaction control system thrusters to change the delta on the velocity to about 4.2 by 4.2 feet per second, and refining Integrity's path to reach entry interface at the correct angle and at the correct time and orientation. If you think of a cone across the Pacific Ocean, that's the entry corridor. We want to hit right into the middle of that corridor. I said yesterday it was like splitting the uprights, and that's exactly what it is. We want to make sure that we're right down the pike, heading toward the splashdown zone off the coast of San Diego. This burn and the subsequent crew module raise burn, that will be a final amendment to the angle of attack of Integrity, all designed to minimize heating effects on Integrity's heat shield. A short time ago, the Spaceflight Meteorology Group briefed the entry flight control team on the latest weather at the splashdown zone where the USS John P. Murtha is stationed, ready to begin recovery operations shortly after splashdown. The weather is ideal, not an issue in the terms of the winds, just 10-knot winds and wave heights less than 4 feet. Expected to greet the crew. There will be some broken and scattered clouds that Integrity will be descending through. But that's not a factor. We are committed, of course, to splashing down today at 7:07 and 7 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset. At this hour, Flight Dynamics reporting that Integrity is 45,534 nautical miles away from Earth, continuing to close in. Its velocity will be accelerating over the next several hours. At the point that we reach the top of the Earth's atmosphere at entry interface at an altitude of 400,000 feet, Integrity and its astronauts will be traveling some 34,882 feet per second with a range to splashdown of 1,701 nautical miles. That velocity will increase slightly to 34,965 feet per second or 23,839 miles an hour at peak velocity. There will be a series of roll reversals. Those are computer-induced maneuvers that will occur after we complete the blackout period. Actually, there are 2 before while we are in the blackout period and 3 more afterwards. Those roll reversals designed to dissipate energy, reducing the speed through the laws of physics to bleed off excess energy as the vehicle points itself toward the splashdown zone prior to going subsonic and then inducing the beginning of the parachute deployment sequence. The crew is expected to pull just under 4 Gs during the maximum G loads on themselves and the vehicle. We have 3 spaceflight veterans and 1 first-time flyer in Jeremy Hansen. Unlike an International Space Station flight of 6 months or more in duration, these are well-skilled astronauts and test pilots. Christina Cook, of course, having returned to Earth, as did Reed Wiseman from his first flight in Soyuz vehicles for parachute-assisted landings in Kazakhstan. Victor Glover flew on a Crew Dragon vehicle. For those keeping track, once again, one of the key periods during the entry into the Earth's atmosphere will be this 6-minute communications blackout that is predicted and is typical.
Integrity. Tank pressures are good for the burn.
Copy that, Jackie. Thank you.
Capcom Jackie Mahaffey saying that all of the systems, including the pressures in the propellant tanks, are in good shape, ready for the RTC-3 burn coming up just 18.5 minutes from now. Once again, the blackout period that will be of great interest to those listening and watching this evening is typical for any spacecraft re-entering the Earth's atmosphere because of the buildup of heat against a returning spacecraft, whether it's Integrity today or a Russian Soyuz vehicle or a SpaceX Dragon. These vehicles have heat shields that are designed to repel the heat. However, there is an ionization around the spacecraft, a buildup of plasma that is caused by the interaction of the velocity of the spacecraft entering the Earth's atmosphere and the friction of the Earth's atmosphere itself. This ionization period, or the blackout period, is expected to last 6 minutes tonight. It is expected to begin at 6:53 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time, just 24 minutes or 24 seconds after the beginning of entry interface. That blackout of 6 minutes is the period of time where we will not be in communications with the crew or receiving data from Integrity itself as it barrels through the atmosphere. We will be communicating with the crew toward the end of that 6-minute period and reestablishing communications just as quickly as atmospheric physics will allow us to. The blackout period is expected to end at 6:59 and 56 seconds p.m. Central Time, which would be 6 minutes and 25 seconds from the start of entry interface. Now, after splashdown, several activities will be occurring. First will be to ensure that the vehicle is upright in what is known as a stable 1 configuration. Whether it's upright or in some other orientation, the CMOOS bags, the crew module uprighting system bags, 5 of them that are surrounding the vehicle at the forward bay cover in a circumferential orientation. Those 5 large airbags will be inflated with helium and be inflated.
Integrity, Houston. Solar arrays are in position for the burn.
We see the same, Jackie.
The CMOOS bags, again, 5 large inflatable airbags that are inflated with helium right after splashdown. Those bags designed to maintain an upright orientation for the spacecraft. Flight controllers here in Mission Control will begin to work to power down the vehicle, also check for any leakage of toxic gas. We are not expecting any issues. Integrity's in great shape as it prepares for its homecoming 5.5 hours from now. But to ensure that the approaching Navy recovery team does not encounter any toxic gases, we will make the first check of that here in Mission Control, power down the vehicle, and we will be reestablishing communications with the crew through what is known as VLDR. You'll hear that call. It is the very low data rate that takes over from the tracking and data relay satellite system communications that we'll be using during the descent towards splashdown. It may be a period of seconds or even minutes before we establish that very low data rate with the crew following splashdown, so we'll keep a sharp ear out and obviously carry that on the Orion to Earth loops that we provide for you and have been since the beginning of our coverage with launch back on April 1st. Here in Mission Control, the focus of attention is the upcoming Return Trajectory Correction 3 burn. That's coming up less than 13 minutes from now. We're a couple of minutes out from maneuvering to that orientation.
Copy that. All is calm on board, Jackie. Thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston. While we wait for the burn, this view from the deck of the USS John P. Murtha showing some of the armada of helicopters. There will be Navy helicopters hovering over Integrity following splashdown. 2 of them to be employed in the hoisting of the crew members off of the front porch raft that will be erected alongside the vehicle following splashdown. 2 crew members, 2 astronauts for each of the 2 helicopters for the short ride back to the deck of the Murtha, where they will be brought into the medical bay for comprehensive post-flight medical exams. We'll have a lot more from the ship once we begin our NASA Plus coverage that will be simulcast with our continuing YouTube 24/7 coverage, the NASA Plus coverage beginning at 5:30 p.m. Central, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Continuing with the view of the crew in the cabin of Integrity, as we are almost 7 minutes away now from the return trajectory correction number 3 burn. Integrity systems are functioning in excellent shape. The weather at the splashdown zone out in the Pacific is go and is forecast to be go. We are committed, of course, to a splashdown, that return trajectory that will enable Integrity's astronauts to splash down at 7:07 p.m. Central tonight. That was guaranteed with the translunar injection burn back on April 2nd that took the vehicle and its 4 crew members out of low Earth orbit following a 24-hour period of a high Earth orbit elliptical trajectory. At the low point of that trajectory, which was some 43,000 by 0 miles, at the low point, that's when Integrity's engine fired. The service module engine fired to break out of our Earth orbit and send humans en route to the moon for the first time since December of 1972. It also guaranteed what was known as a free return trajectory that the laws of orbital mechanics dictated would carry Integrity on a loop around the moon and its historic lunar flyby the other day, and then on the trip back to Earth, which will culminate with a splashdown this evening, 5 hours and 19 minutes from now. As you can see, the maneuver to the burn attitude has induced quite a bit of sunlight coming into the crew cabin. We're now under 5 minutes until the burn.
Integrity, Orion is in burn attitude.
And it is an unbelievably spectacular view. Thanks, Jackie.
Reed Wiseman responding to Capcom Jackie Mahaffey, that attitude into the burn orientation for the return trajectory correction burn coming up in just under 4 minutes, has offered the crew yet another spectacular view of the Earth growing larger in their windows.
Integrity Houston in 22.3 critical Q card. We're looking for the BFS burn ATP to no go. To go, excuse me, to go.
Good catch, Jackie. We are BFS burn ATP go, and we do not need to command the no-go on this because we're SM plus X.
Good words. Sorry about the confusion, and we see a good config.
Coming up on 1 minute till the burn. Mark, 1 minute. This is an 8-second burn with a change in velocity of 4.2 feet per second. Ten seconds. Burn underway. Good engine, good control. Burn complete.
Integrity looks like a good RTC-3 burn, and we are assessing details.
Hey, Jackie, we see the same on board, and we just wanted to give a huge shout out to that ESA Airbus team, to our friends in the Netherlands and Germany and at the Glenn Research Center. This vehicle powered us and it propelled us from the Earth to the Moon and back with extreme precision, and we are excited to be a part of your team.
Houston and centers around the world, copy. Thank you.
Commander Reed Wiseman with a shout out.
Jackie, we are ready to reconfigure our F7 SIP switches for entry, if you can give us that go.
You are go for F7 switches.
Reed Wiseman providing a shout out to the European engineering community,
Copy the go.
Which built the European service module.
And you are now maneuvering back to biased tail to sun attitude.
We see it.
That European service module will separate from the crew module this evening at 6:33 p.m. shortly after we hand over communications from the Deep Space Network to the Tracking and Data Relay satellite system, and about 4 minutes before the crew module will use its thrusters in a 19-second raise burn to lift the aft end of the vehicle into the final angle of attack for entrance into the Earth's atmosphere and the mitigation of excessive heat loads on the heat shield of Integrity.
Todo toma unos 30 minutos y lo más importante, primero hay que orientar la nave perfectamente para ingresar a la atmósfera en el ángulo correcto. Si el ángulo es muy bajo, se puede rebotar y uno se puede salir para luego un ingreso demasiado agudo. Si el ángulo es muy agudo, se puede quemar. Así que tiene que ser perfecto. Esa es la primera parte. Segundo, tienen que separarse del módulo de servicio europeo que ha servido para guiarlos en este momento y que se va a quemar en la atmósfera. Y luego hay que rotar la nave para poner el escudo de ablación en la dirección correcta para que absorba todo ese calor. Y luego comenzará la fricción con la parte superior de la atmósfera que se hace progresivamente más denso a medida que sienten la presión, la aceleración de gravedad. Luego de 10 días en ingravidez se van a sentir que los está comprimiendo 3 o 4 veces su peso. Es difícil hasta levantar el brazo y uno siente como que los ojos se le van a ir dentro de la cabeza por un periodo prolongado. Y es como cuando uno lanza una piedra sobre un lago. Uno ve las llamas por las ventanillas del vehículo, uno puede ver estos matices de naranja, amarillo, rojo, ese inmenso calor. Y una vez que hayan pasado esa fase, todos atentos a los paracaídas, que se abran los paracaídas de arrastre, que se abran los paracaídas principales, para que no vengan demasiado rápido. Y a partir de allí, uno simplemente es como un pasajero descendiendo lentamente hasta el amerizaje. Se abren las balsas de soporte, llegan los buzos de rescate y antes de que uno se dé cuenta, está en la cubierta del barco y trata de digerir todo lo que ha pasado en estos fantásticos 10 días y qué significa esto en mi vida. Y tendrán el resto de sus vidas para determinarlo. Es un momento de mucha incertidumbre y de inquietud y en cierto modo desesperación en la Tierra. Estamos en guerra en múltiples lugares. Es lo peor del comportamiento humano. Estamos volviendo a nuestra naturaleza más básica e imperdonable. Y necesitamos, en momentos como este, algo mejor, algo inspirador, algo que muestre, si trabajamos duro y trabajamos juntos. Con la tripulación de Artemis está el módulo de servicio europeo que sirve para guiar el buque. Hay un canadiense y estadounidenses, todos trabajando juntos, arriesgando sus vidas, tratando de ampliar la experiencia humana. Es algo tan necesario en este momento. Tener algo así es algo excepcional para inspirarse. Y no va a resolver todos los problemas del mundo. Eso nunca va a ocurrir. Somos imperfectos. Pero de tanto en tanto hacemos cosas maravillosas. Y esta tripulación ha arriesgado su vida. Ha ido en un cohete hasta donde nunca había ido nadie. Y están reingresando a la atmósfera, algo que nunca se había hecho en esta nave. Arriesgan sus vidas para que podamos ampliar esa burbuja de conocimiento y para demostrar lo que es posible cuando trabajamos juntos y cuando hacemos las cosas bien. Hacemos una transición de exploración a colonización y eso es lo que estamos haciendo en la Luna. Las tripulaciones de Apolo hicieron esa loca exploración inicial y en este vuelo Artemis II es la primera ola hacia una colonización de la Luna, como lo hemos hecho en los últimos 100.000 años en toda la Tierra. Y es porque nuestra tecnología apenas ahora es suficientemente buena, se ha reducido el costo de los lanzamientos, tenemos equipos más confiables y podemos asentarnos en la Luna. Un nuevo continente más grande que África, totalmente inexplorado y que no se ha aprovechado. Allí es donde estamos en este momento. Y Artemis es esa primera nave para probar las tecnologías que necesitaremos cuando nos aprestamos pronto para comenzar a llegar a la Luna, no solo con robots, sino también con personas, no solo para observar, sino para quedarnos. Y todos lo estamos viviendo. La tripulación de Artemis en su pequeña navecita Integrity, nadie había volado en esta nave desde hacia la Tierra están asumiendo un riesgo enorme. Pensamos que hemos hecho todos los cálculos correctamente, pero cuando ingresen a la atmósfera con el doble de la energía que yo sentí regresando de órbita, con la disipación de todo ese calor, esperamos que todo esté bien, van a sobrevivir y que lleguen a salvo a la superficie sobre el Pacífico. Es una secuencia fantástica para ser un astronauta.
Integrity prop post-burn reconfig is complete. And if you were hanging out in step 23.4, you can skip it. We are in a good config.
And Jackie, we were talking about seats. I'm in instruction 337 of 392, and then can you repeat that call?
Yep, the prop post-burn reconfig is complete, and there is no need for the remainder of 23.4. You can consider that closed out.
Remainder of 23.4, closed out, copy. And Jackie, just confirm, I know you said the rest of 23.4. I'm not looking at this in steps, just instructions. Confirm that's the BFS configured for the burn, subsequent steps as well.
Affirm, all the way through instruction at 347 can be skipped.
Okay, I see that takes us to step 24. I did not do any of the remaining steps in step 23, and that is over to you, MCC. We're moving back to cabin config.
Houston copies and concurs. And Victor and the rest of the Integrity crew, the only DPC-related topic we had for you this morning was to sync up on cabin config and get a status of where you are in the procedure.
Okay, Jackie, we're with you on that. We are complete through step 7. Actually, step 8 now is complete as well. And step 15 is complete. And we'll update you on the rest as we go along.
We copy all.
This is Mission Control, Houston. 8 days, 20 hours, 33 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. We are under 5 hours now from the splashdown of Integrity in the Pacific off the coast of San Diego to wrap up this lunar flyby mission. Integrity systems are in excellent shape. The recovery team on the USS Mertha out in the Pacific is at the ready. The ship is basically parked in the right position to be able to expedite a recovery of the crew following splashdown and after the vehicle has been powered down. Navy helicopters, divers, other recovery personnel will move alongside the capsule to set up a large inflatable raft called a front porch that will be used to extract the crew members in one by one after the hatch is opened. That process of extracting the crew is timelined at least and has been practiced to occur some 45 minutes to an hour after splashdown. The weather conditions out in the Pacific are ideal for today's splashdown. We're talking winds just 10 knots and wave heights less than 4 feet. You couldn't ask for better weather for this homecoming for Integrity, the first time that a crew will have splashed down in the vehicle in the Artemis program. We completed the final major maneuver of the mission using the European Service Module's thrusters a short time ago. That was the return trajectory correction number 3 burn that basically fine-tuned ever so slightly the trajectory and the path of Integrity and sweetened the angle of attack so that we hit the right corridor coming in over the Pacific Ocean with onboard computers honed in on the splashdown zone some 1,701 nautical miles downrange from the start of entry interface. Splashdown is scheduled at 7:07 and 7 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset at the splashdown site. This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 20 hours, 39 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. There is our planet growing larger in the field of view with each passing minute. We are currently 34,900 nautical miles from Earth and beginning to accelerate toward a splashdown in the Pacific for this four-person crew 4 hours and 52 minutes from now. Everything on board Integrity is in great shape. All the systems are functioning perfectly. The crew is in the process of wrapping up their cabin configuration, stowing final items that they no longer need for the remainder of their journey. They will also move into an entry checklist in about an hour and 45 minutes, reviewing entry procedures and the latest uplink messages to them before we begin the process of getting the crew suited up prior to the crew module, service module separation. All is well aboard Integrity, and the weather is go for splashdown. The USS John P. Murtha is in place in the recovery zone, ready to begin deploying its assets for imagery as well as for the recovery operations themselves.
Integrity Houston, for the TLT unconverged caution, we were running orb guide post-burn to look at post-burn targeting, and that particular sequence did not include running TLT. That is what triggered the caution. We have no concerns.
Okay, outstanding. Thank you.
That call from Capcom Jackie Mahaffey to the crew, indicating TLT, which is a targeted landing trajectory. That is simply a value that was placed on board on the onboard computers, but is not being used for today's entry by the crew. The last maneuver that will be conducted by Integrity will occur at 6:37 p.m. Central Time tonight. That is the crew module raise burn. That occurs about 4 minutes after the crew module will have separated from the service module. This will be about a 19-second burn with a velocity change of about 9.9 feet per second. As the precursor to entry interface, the raise burn designed as a final opportunity to sweeten the flight path angle, the angle of attack, if you will, of the vehicle as it enters the Earth's atmosphere, placing the vehicle in the proper orientation perfectly with precision to mitigate any excessive heat loads on the heat shield of the spacecraft. Entry interface will begin at 6:53 and 31 seconds p.m. Central Time at an altitude of 400,000 feet, while Integrity is traveling 34,882 feet per second with a range to splashdown of 1,701 nautical miles. Within 24 seconds after entry interface, which is essentially the top of the Earth's atmosphere where the crew will begin to feel the tug of gravity, we'll start a 6-minute blackout period, that is expected, in which we'll lose communications with the crew and data here in the flight control room. The blackout is induced by the buildup of ionization from the interaction of the velocity of the vehicle with the friction of Earth's atmosphere. It creates a plasma shield around the vehicle, preventing communications from occurring. That 6-minute blackout is scheduled to end right around 7 p.m. straight up. And at that point, the vehicle will have descended to an altitude of 157,000 feet above the Earth, traveling at 13,300 feet per second.
Houston Integrity, could you go off board on the cameras for a couple, please?
In work. And Integrity, Cab 3 is not streaming.
Thank you, Jackie. Houston integrity, step 9 is complete. The seats are configured.
Houston, copy seats.
This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 21 hours, 5 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. Several countdown clocks are ticking backward here in the flight control room as the Earth grows larger and larger in the field of view. In order, the next major milestone will be a raise burn of the crew module. That raise burn will follow the separation of the crew module from the service module this evening. The separation of the crew module is scheduled at 6:33 p.m. Central Time. 4 minutes later, at 6:37 p.m. Central Time, we'll conduct about a 19-second raise burn. This is a slight maneuver to tilt up the aft end of Integrity in a final opportunity to fine-tune the angle of attack that Integrity will incur as it enters the Earth's atmosphere over the Pacific Ocean. The entry path for Integrity today is portrayed here in this graphic. Basically, entry interface is 1,701 nautical miles uprange, if you will, from the expected splashdown point near the USS John Murtha, the recovery ship, and off the coast of San Diego. The entry interface point is critical because what we want to do is put Integrity in an orientation that will mitigate peak heating on the heat shield. For a point of comparison, during Artemis I, we had an entry range of 3,178 nautical miles from the point of entry interface and a 20-minute entry profile. That was the so-called skip entry, in which the Artemis I vehicle dipped into the atmosphere to dissipate some energy, then lofted or skipped out of the atmosphere, then dipped a second and final time back into the atmosphere before splashing down. What that resulted in was a higher heat load on the heat shield, which caused unexpected char liberation. So rather than design the heat shield or replace it for Artemis II, we elected to go into a different trajectory profile. This one with a max entry range of 1,775 nautical miles, or in today's case, all of our maneuvers and orbital mechanics will take us 1,701 nautical miles downrange from the point of entry interface. This will only be a 13.5-minute entry profile for Integrity and its astronauts, and results in a much lower heat load on the heat shield. This is deliberate so that we have the lessening effect of charring on the heat shield, should there be any at all, and we do expect some. But this will more than protect the astronauts from the effects of peak heating, which will be some 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit during the maximum peak heating around the vehicle. That will also cause a 6-minute blackout because of ionization, as heat is repelled or thwarted from the heat shield while the vehicle flies in the direction of travel towards splashdown. The raise burn that places us in our final orientation for angle of attack into entry interface, that raise burn is scheduled at 6:37 p.m. Central Time. Entry interface itself is scheduled at 6:53 and 31 seconds p.m. Central Time, when we hit the top of the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling about 34,800 feet per second. We expect our peak velocity just a few moments later, and that peak velocity is forecast by flight dynamics to be 34,965 feet per second, or 23,839 miles an hour. Now, this all occurs after we begin the blackout period of 6 minutes. We will lose communications with the vehicle just 24 seconds after we enter the Earth's atmosphere or entry interface, as you see there. This is an expected 6-minute blackout that will begin at 6:53 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time and will last almost until 7 p.m. straight up Central Time. Once we regain communications with the crew following the blackout, we will continue a series of roll reversals. These are gentle rolls to the left and back to the right, essentially bleeding off excess energy and excess heat on the vehicle as we approach the splashdown site. The vehicle is expected to go subsonic at 7:02 and 25 seconds p.m. Central Time. That's about 8.5 or almost 9 minutes after the beginning of entry interface. And at that point, we will be at an altitude of 59,000 feet above the Pacific Ocean. A series of parachute deployments will begin. The first of that will be the forward bay cover parachutes that will basically pull the top forward bay cover off the very top of the vehicle, allowing other parachute deployment activities to occur. The forward bay cover chute deployment is scheduled at 7:03 and 22 seconds p.m. Central Time at an altitude of 23,946 feet. The forward bay cover parachutes are used in conjunction with pyrotechnic thrusters to ensure the separation of that forward bay cover, protecting Orion and its parachutes during the heat of reentry. Following that, there'll be the deployment of drogue chutes. These are 2 drogue parachutes, 23 feet in diameter. These drogue chutes will be deployed at an altitude of 23,483 feet. At this point, our velocity will have slowed from almost 24,000 feet per second to just 470 feet per second in a matter of minutes. 3 pilot parachutes will be used to lift and deploy the main parachutes from the crew module forward bay. Those main parachutes, 3 of them, are used to slow the crew module down to a splashdown at a speed that ensures astronaut safety. Each main parachute 265 feet in length from the crew module attachment to the top when inflated. The main chute deployment is scheduled at 7:04 and 44 seconds p.m. Central Time. Now that's just 11 minutes and 13 seconds after the start of entry interface. At this point, we'll be at an altitude of 5,445 feet above the Pacific. And splashdown to complete this mission is scheduled at 7:07 and 7 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset. The crew will splash down in the Pacific southwest of San Diego at a gentle rate of just 19 miles an hour. Following splashdown, the flight control team here in Houston is not done. Our work is just beginning at that point as we begin the process of powering down the vehicle. This is after we have established communications with the crew through a very low data rate system. The communications link will no longer be active through the tracking and data relay satellite system, so we're going to be going to a very low data rate system. We hope to establish communications with the crew fairly rapidly. That's not guaranteed. It depends on the orientation of the vehicle. The likelihood is the vehicle will splash down upright in what's known as stable 1. Whether it's upright or in some other orientation, we'll begin the process of inflating 5 inflatable airbags that are positioned in a circumferential manner around the forward bay cover at the top of integrity. These airbags will be inflated through helium. Those 5 airbags will guarantee the proper orientation upright for the spacecraft through the rest of the process of extracting the crew, which should take some 45 minutes to an hour to complete. Navy divers, fast boats, a pair of Navy helicopters, other recovery personnel will come alongside the vehicle to begin erecting an inflatable raft called the front porch that the crew will be extracted into. You've seen that in movies. You've seen it in the Apollo program and archival footage. And one by one, the crew will be hoisted in alternating fashion to 2 hovering Navy helicopters for the trip back to the deck of the USS John Murtha, where they will leave the helicopters and move into medical bay on the ship for comprehensive medical examinations. As the astronauts aboard Integrity are in the process of stowing final items in the cabin before they move into their entry checklists, a final review of the procedures and the timelined activities for the rest of this mission. The next major milestone, once again, will be the separation of the European service module, which has performed valiantly throughout the course of this flight, from the crew module. That pyrotechnic separation scheduled 3 hours and 41 minutes from now. Just 3.5 minutes after that will be the crew module raise burn. That raise burn is scheduled at 6:37 p.m. Central Time. It's expected to be about a 19-second firing of the crew module thrusters in one final opportunity to fine-tune the angle of attack for Integrity as it enters the Earth's atmosphere. Splashdown 4 hours, 14 minutes from now, southwest of San Diego, where the weather is forecast to be ideal. Just some broken and scattered clouds expected, 10-knot winds, wave heights less than 4 feet. You couldn't ask for a better day out in the Pacific for the homecoming of the first crew to fly aboard the Orion spacecraft. At a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 21 hours, 18 minutes into the flight, this is Mission Control Houston.
Houston Integrity, Jackie, steps 10 and 11 are complete.
Houston, copy is steps 10 and 11. You guys are on track, looking great.
For those just joining this view of the key players here in Mission Control, part of the flight control team, Rick Henfling, second from the right, is the entry flight director for this mission. Seated to his left is Judd Freeling, who was the flight director for Ascent back on April 1st. Jackie Mahaffey is second from the left. She is the Capcom whose voice you'll be hearing throughout the course of the afternoon and evening, talking directly to Integrity's astronauts through splashdown. Stan Love, a veteran astronaut, is on the far left of your screen. He was the Ascent Capcom. He's joining Mahaffey today as a second set of eyes on all the data that we'll be discussing and hearing from the crew during the course of their high-speed entry back into the Earth's atmosphere.
Los 4 astronautas de la misión Artemis II regresarán a casa este viernes y llegarán al mar frente a las costas de San Diego, California. Toda la operación, eso sí, debe ser de una precisión milimétrica para que sea exitosa. Nuestro jefe de meteorología, Carlos Robles, nos dice cómo será. Carlos.
Así es, estos 4 astronautas luego de 10 días en el espacio ahora se enfrentan a su último momento crítico y peligroso de esta misión. Vamos al espacio para verlo. Cuando la cápsula Orion comienza a interactuar con la atmósfera de la Tierra, tiene que hacerlo en un ángulo de 6.5 grados. De no ocurrir, la cápsula puede rebotar y perderse en el espacio. El otro desafío es su interacción con la atmósfera. Este vehículo espacial viene a una velocidad de 20.000 millas por hora. Esto es aproximadamente 40 veces más rápido que un avión comercial. A esta velocidad, la cápsula genera tal fricción con la atmósfera que su temperatura alcanza los 5.500 grados Fahrenheit, casi la mitad de la temperatura de la superficie del Sol. En ese momento, el escudo térmico será puesto a prueba. Por último, tras este crítico recorrido a unos 25.000 pies de altura, la cápsula desplegará una serie de paracaídas que la desaceleran para amerizar de forma segura en las aguas del Océano Pacífico. Y así debería concluir un recorrido de 10 días que ha hecho historia, ¿verdad? Y es solo el inicio del regreso del hombre a la Luna.
Este viernes será entonces la primera vez desde el Apolo 17 en 1972 en que la NASA y el Departamento de Defensa se unen para el reingreso de una tripulación lunar. Rogelio Moratagle nos dice ahora cómo han sido estas últimas 24 horas de los astronautas en el espacio.
Todo está listo para el regreso a casa y uno de los momentos críticos de la misión, el reingreso a la atmósfera de la Tierra. En 1 hora y media todo tiene que salir bien, dice la NASA. El astronauta José Hernández estuvo 14 días en el espacio, en una misión del transbordador espacial Discovery.
¿Recuerdas claramente ese momento cuando, por ejemplo, el transbordador en el que tú ibas reingresó a la atmósfera de la Tierra?
Sí, claro. Es como un vuelo muy turbulente que sientes mucho bofeteo. Y luego ves naranjado en las ventanas por el calor de del sistema de protección termal. Luego ya se quita porque ya entras muy bien a la atmósfera.
La cápsula Orión será frenada por un sistema de paracaídas para llegar al Océano Pacífico.
Uno de los primeros síntomas o de las primeras cosas que van a encontrar es que van a tener dificultad para caminar en línea recta, van a tener dificultad para mantenerse con balance.
El doctor Urquieta, colaborador de la NASA como médico aeroespacial, dice que el desafío de la misión, en términos de salud,
Son las personas que han estado más lejanas de la Tierra en toda la historia de la humanidad, lo que los ha puesto a mayor exposición a radiación espacial.
Desde la cápsula Orion siguen llegando imágenes asombrosas, mientras 4 astronautas se preparan para cerrar una misión histórica.
Están poniendo la respuesta de la última pregunta del examen final y saben que van a agarrar un 10, algo muy bonito.
Rogelio Moratagle, Noticias Telemundo.
Antes de ingresar a la atmósfera, la cápsula Orion se va a separar del módulo de servicio. 12 impulsores van a orientar adecuadamente a Orion a una altura de unas 75 millas sobre la superficie terrestre. Orion y la tripulación entrarán a la atmósfera a casi 25.000 millas por hora, desacelerando a 4 veces la velocidad, la aceleración de gravedad. El escudo de ablación protegerá la nave a temperaturas de casi 5.000 grados Fahrenheit, casi la mitad de la temperatura en la superficie del Sol. Para aminorar el descenso, Orion va a desplegar 11 paracaídas. 3 paracaídas de arrastre separan la cubierta térmica que protege a los demás paracaídas. 2 paracaídas de arrastre estabilizan la cápsula, se separan y luego 3 paracaídas se abren a 9.000 pies de altura, viajando a 130 millas por hora. Esto va a desacelerar la cápsula a menos de 20 millas por hora. Después de haber viajado más de 500.000 millas, Orion descenderá en el Océano Pacífico a 50 millas náuticas de la costa de California, 16 minutos después de haber ingresado a la atmósfera terrestre. Después del amerizaje, un equipo de recuperación que incluye a la Armada, Fuerza Aérea y NASA se acercará a Orion. El equipo se va a asegurar que es seguro el abandonar la nave antes de inflar lo que se llama el pórtico de la nave. Orion será remolcada hasta el barco para ser devuelto al Centro Espacial Kennedy. Misión cumplida, la tripulación es de vuelta a tierra y por primera vez en 10 días estarán en tierra firme. Todo toma unos 30 minutos y lo más importante, primero hay que orientar la nave perfectamente para ingresar a la atmósfera en el ángulo correcto. Si el ángulo es muy bajo, se puede rebotar y uno se puede salir para luego un ingreso demasiado agudo. Si el ángulo es muy agudo, se puede quemar. Así que tiene que ser perfecto. Esa es la primera parte. Segundo, tienen que separarse del módulo de servicio europeo que ha servido para guiarlos en este momento y que se va a quemar en la atmósfera. Y luego hay que rotar la nave para poner el escudo de ablación en la dirección correcta para que absorba todo ese calor. Y luego comenzará la fricción con la parte superior de la atmósfera que se hace progresivamente más denso a medida que sienten la presión, la aceleración de gravedad. Luego de 10 días en ingravidez se van a sentir que los está comprimiendo 3 o 4 veces su peso. Es difícil hasta levantar el brazo y uno siente como que los ojos se le van a ir dentro de la cabeza por un periodo prolongado. Y es como cuando uno lanza una piedra sobre un lago. Uno ve las llamas por las ventanillas del vehículo, uno puede ver estos matices de naranja, amarillo, rojo, ese inmenso calor. Y una vez que hayan pasado esa fase, todos atentos a los paracaídas, que se abran los paracaídas de arrastre, que se abran los paracaídas principales, para que no vengan demasiado rápido, y a partir de allí uno simplemente es como un pasajero descendiendo lentamente hasta el amerizaje. Se abren las balsas de soporte, llegan los buzos de rescate y antes de que uno se dé cuenta está en la cubierta del barco y trata de digerir todo lo que ha pasado en estos fantásticos 10 días y qué significa esto en mi vida. Y tendrán el resto de sus vidas para determinarlo. Es un momento de mucha incertidumbre y de inquietud y en cierto modo desesperación en la Tierra. Estamos en guerra en múltiples lugares. Es lo peor del comportamiento humano. Estamos volviendo a nuestra naturaleza más básica e imperdonable. Y necesitamos, en momentos como este, algo mejor, algo inspirador, algo que muestre, si trabajamos duro y trabajamos juntos, con la tripulación de Artemis está el módulo de servicio europeo que sirve para guiar el buque. Hay un canadiense y estadounidenses, todos trabajando juntos, arriesgando sus vidas, tratando de ampliar la experiencia humana. Es algo tan necesario en este momento. Tener algo así es algo excepcional para inspirarse. Y no va a resolver todos los problemas del mundo. Eso nunca va a ocurrir. Somos imperfectos. Pero de tanto en tanto hacemos cosas maravillosas. Y esta tripulación ha arriesgado su vida. Ha ido en un cohete hasta donde nunca había ido nadie. Y están reingresando a la atmósfera. Algo que nunca se había hecho en esta nave. Arriesgan sus vidas para que podamos ampliar esa burbuja de conocimiento y para demostrar lo que es posible cuando trabajamos juntos y cuando hacemos las cosas bien. Hacemos una transición de exploración a colonización, y eso es lo que estamos haciendo en la Luna. Las tripulaciones de Apolo hicieron esa loca exploración inicial, y en este vuelo Artemis II es la primera ola hacia una colonización de la Luna, como lo hemos hecho en los últimos 100.000 años en toda la Tierra. Y es porque nuestra tecnología apenas ahora es suficientemente buena. Se ha reducido el costo de los lanzamientos, tenemos equipos más confiables y podemos asentarnos en la Luna. Un nuevo continente más grande que África, totalmente inexplorado y que no se ha aprovechado. Allí es donde estamos en este momento. Y Artemis es esa primera nave para probar las tecnologías que necesitaremos cuando nos aprestamos pronto para comenzar a llegar a la Luna, no solo con robots, sino también con personas, no solo para observar, sino para quedarnos. Y todos lo estamos viviendo. La tripulación de Artemis en su pequeña navecita Integrity, nadie había volado en esta nave desde hacia la Tierra. Están asumiendo un riesgo enorme. Pensamos que hemos hecho todos los cálculos correctamente, pero cuando ingresen a la atmósfera con el doble de la energía que yo sentí regresando de órbita, con la disipación de todo ese calor, esperamos que todo esté bien, van a sobrevivir y que lleguen a salvo a la superficie sobre el Pacífico. Es una secuencia fantástica para ser un astronauta.
This is Mission Control Houston, 8 days, 21 hours, 38 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. On board, all is quiet, as it is here in Mission Control, with everything moving along in trip hammer fashion, in good shape, all of Integrity's systems in great shape, and the weather at the splashdown zone off the coast of San Diego couldn't be better. A forecast of go conditions with winds of just 10 knots, wave heights less than 4 feet, ideal conditions for the recovery of Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen following their splashdown, which is just 3 hours and 53 minutes from now. The next major milestone coming up in 3 hours and 19 minutes, that will be the separation of the crew module from the European service module that has performed perfectly during the course of the flight. The service module separation from the crew module scheduled at 6:33 p.m. Central Time. Just 4 minutes later, there will be a slight maneuver, a raise burn as it is called. This will tilt the aft end of the crew module upward ever so slightly in one final opportunity to refine the flight path angle, the angle of attack, if you will, as Integrity enters the Earth's atmosphere at the point called entry interface. That is at 6:53 and 31 seconds p.m. Central Time, or some 16 minutes after the raise burn itself. All of these events will be happening fairly rapidly as we move over the next few hours toward a splashdown of the crew and a completion of a mission that will have totaled 694,481 miles from launch to splashdown.
Houston, integrity for timeline.
Christina, we're with you.
Hey, Jackie, you guys okay if we start entry checklist 30 minutes early?
Checking. And Integrity Houston for entry checklist. We are ready for you to begin 18.0.1 entry checklist, steps 1 through 6.
Copy, we're go entry checklist 1 through 6. Thanks.
And step 3 for GPS can be skipped. GPS has been powered and it still looks good.
Copy, step 3 is a skip.
This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 21 hours, 50 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. The crew is completing the configuration of the crew cabin. Soon they'll be breaking out their launch and entry suits in preparation for donning those suits and conducting leak checks as we get a bit further along in the entry preparation time frame. Meanwhile, we're looking forward to the next major milestone. That will be the separation of the crew module from the European service module 3 hours and 7 minutes from now. That's scheduled to occur at 6:33 p.m. Central Time, 7:33 p.m. Eastern Time. 4 minutes after that, we'll conduct a raise burn. This will be about a 19-second firing of Integrity's thrusters with a change in velocity of 9.9 feet per second. That will adjust the angle of attack of the vehicle by gently tipping the aft end of Integrity higher, if you will, like sitting in a reclining chair and basically leaning back a bit. This angle of attack adjustment is specifically designed and pre-planned to enter the Earth's atmosphere at entry interface later this evening at the proper angle to minimize heating effects on Integrity's heat shield. It's worth mentioning once again that the difference between this entry and the uncrewed entry of Artemis I is that on Artemis I, we flew a trajectory known as a skip entry, which involved an initial dip into the atmosphere to dissipate some energy. And then we lofted back out of the atmosphere briefly, then dipped back in a second time before splashing down in the Pacific. After the flight, the post-flight inspection and video analysis showed that there was an area of mechanical char liberation that was not expected. And so after extensive analysis and the review of an independent review team, it was determined to adjust the entry profile for Artemis II, minimizing the range of entry from 3,178 nautical miles to a distance of just 1,775 nautical miles across the Pacific. So instead of 20 minutes of exposure to heating effects, today we're going to only encounter 13.5 minutes of heat loads on the vehicle. Our intended splashdown target is about 1,701 nautical miles downrange from the point of entry interface. It will be about 13.5 minutes from the time that we enter the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet at 6:53 and 31 seconds p.m. Central Time to the point of splashdown at 7:07 and 7 seconds p.m. Central Time. In that brief 13.5 minute period, peak heating on the vehicle should be about 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The heat to be repelled by Integrity's heat shield, as it is for any vehicle entering the Earth's atmosphere that has a crew on board. The crew should be experiencing a G load on their bodies of about 3.9 Gs at peak loads on the crew members, feeling the tug of Earth's gravity for the first time in 9 days. We will decelerate from a speed of 23,839 miles an hour just after we begin the blackout period of 6 minutes in duration to a splashdown velocity of just 19 miles an hour, all that happening in rapid fire succession. Splashdown now 3 hours and 36 minutes from now, 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. The USS John P. Murtha is on station. Some of the airborne assets, helicopters, and fixed-wing aircraft are taking off in sequential fashion from the deck of the ship. These are imagery assets the actual Navy recovery helicopters that will hoist the crew out of the front porch, inflatable raft that will be erected alongside the hatchway to Integrity. And there's a view, a live view from the deck of the USS John P. Murtha. It is a bit overcast. We do expect those clouds to lift a bit over the next few hours. We should have some broken and scattered clouds. It won't be crystal clear blue skies out there in the Pacific, but the weather is go and forecast to be go by the Spaceflight Meteorology Group. The Navy helicopters will be hovering over the spacecraft once it is powered down and once it is guaranteed to be uprighted through the inflation of the 5 crew module uprighting system airbags that will take place shortly after splashdown. The Navy divers and a Navy flight surgeon will pull alongside the spacecraft to begin the process of erecting the front porch. Then they will open up the hatch and begin to extract the crew members one by one. They'll have an opportunity to get their land legs back a bit before they're hoisted one by one in harnesses up inside the 2 awaiting helicopters. They'll be hoisted up in alternating fashion. So there'll be two crew members for each helicopter for the short ride back to the Murtha. Once they arrive on the deck of the ship, they'll be brought into medical bay for comprehensive medical exams. That is all part of the post-flight medical evaluation of these crew members as they complete their mission around the moon and back to Earth.
Integrity Houston for entry checklist.
Go ahead, Jackie.
Hey, Reed, a couple of questions for you. We realized we didn't give you an explicit thumbs up to perform step 1.2 for the flight path angle hash mark update, so we wanted to confirm that you did in fact perform the set EI FPA limits procedure. And secondly, we want your opinion on the in and out CMIS caution. Is that something that will be distracting such that we should inhibit it.
Okay, we are going to go execute 1.2. We had skipped that, and we would prefer to inhibit the CMIS caution on board.
Okay, we copy, and just to close the loop on that, that will mean on flight.landing, you would not have a yellow or down arrow indication if that does stay below the threshold.
And that is totally fine.
Houston, integrity for toilet deactivation.
Integrity, Jackie had to step off for a second. Go ahead for toilet.
Yes, sir. Hey, Stan. Great to hear your voice. We are ready for MCC to deactivate the toilet.
Houston copies. Putting that in work.
This is Mission Control Houston. That communication from Christina Cook on board Integrity to spacecraft communicator Stan Love.
Integrity for burn telemetry on CM raise burn. 2 questions.
Go for CM raise questions.
Hey, Jackie, we see a Delta V tote on our display of 9.9, which is fairly close to the 8.5 on the entry pad, but our TGO on the display is 44 seconds, and the entry pad estimated 19 seconds. Can you all take a look at that for us?
Hey, Reed, good catch. The explanation there is that Delta V is about what we expect update-wise, but the TGO calculation is not understanding that you will not have the SM when you burn CM raised.